Well, without further ado, let's get this party started, shall we? So, first, I'm just going to address the my project update, what I've done today. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the design of the project, and then after that, we're going to talk about the whole reason for why use an interferometer, why use whatever it is I'm using in order to design this communications device. So that's what it is. It's a communications device. Now, I've talked before about a little bit about the history of instrumental transcommunications. If you want to know all about that stuff, it's worlditc.org. Back in the day, in the 50s or whatever, they come up with this device. They call it a Spiricom. And what they did was they put in half a dozen or so tones, audio tones, into an audio speaker. They just sent these tones out into the airwaves. And what they did was they mixed the audio tones with radio waves, which is a little bit kind of odd, right inside of this area, enclosed area. And so they claim that they come up with this direct form of communication to people that have passed away, namely Thomas Edison and Einstein and Niels Bohr, I don't know, but these famous physicists. This was like way back in the 50s, 60s that they did this. This was the claim. Well, ever since then, for God knows how many years, nobody's done anything. There's been no proof. There's been no major discoveries, whatever. And this stuff that I'm working on here, I'm not making no claim to fame. I'm not hoping or planning or believing that what I'm doing is a major breakthrough or anything like that. It's the same idea, except using light waves instead of audio waves and radio waves. Now, audio waves do get used, and I've got an idea for transmitting audio into the light to form the transmission medium. But the problem, the idea of, say, using an inductor, an audio transformer or an inductor, and trying to induce that audio voltage, which is a very high power, into that light wave, it's a little bit impractical. And also what it does is it modulates the light wave in a different manner, like an indirect manner. So you can modulate a light wave directly. You know, you build an electronic circuit and it connects to the little light beam or whatever, and it modulates the laser beam. It's more or less an easy thing to do. You're modulating a signal. Now, the original Spiricom device didn't do that. What they did was they mixed audio waves with radio waves and made this claim that they were able to have a communication happening. So they didn't use your typical modulation technique to communicate. There was supposedly some guy that he operated around 4 megahertz, and he claims that he was talking to people in this place called Flatland. I haven't really investigated that, but he's just like talking into a regular radio and into static, and these people hearing him. So, mind you, he was using noise and talking into the airwaves and stuff. So that's that part of the instrumental transcommunication. Now, there's numerous ways of trying to come up with how spirits can contact you and leave their messages and so on and so forth. There's all kinds of stuff. None of it's really definitive. It's based on chance, it's based on randomness, it's based on patterns in the chaos, actually. One of the methods that's some Brazilian lady, I think, or a lady from overseas, what she would do is she would have this water kind of boiling on the stove, and she would take pictures of it, of the water boiling. Now, that's interesting because there's another aspect of my program, my design that I'm incorporating. It's called the slurring effect, which shows changes in density, air density, also maybe caused by heat, so on and so forth, right? So when this lady's taking this picture of this water that's kind of boiling on the stove, the camera's top down. So she's looking at a two-dimensional picture, and sometimes in those pictures there could be a three-dimensional image projected onto a two-dimensional plane. So what does this tell you? What does it tell me? It tells me, number one, that noise is being used. Noise is part of the product in the boiling water. There's a lot of randomness, there's a lot of chaos going on. And so what you do is you look for the patterns in the chaos and you have this intention that you're trying to communicate with people who have passed on or beings from other dimensions and that sort of thing, and that you explain to them in your voice that you have this device and you're asking them into your home, go ahead and make some pictures and we're waiting for you and so on and so forth. The camera water technique is kind of a direct setup, but in a way it's not, because what happens is that there's so much stuff going on in that boiling pan of water that what you've got to do is you've got to go back and you've got to listen to the communication and you've got to look at the pictures frame by frame. So if a camera's taking pictures at 30 frames per second and you've got an hour, you've got over an hour's worth of stuff, you got a lot of frames to look at, because what happens is these images, supposedly, they come up within like less than a second and then they're gone, because that's when you're looking at a boiling pan of water and but with a camera with a high-speed camera, even 120 frames per second or 60, you have a better chance of seeing an image of something. Now, there's a terminology, it's called pareidolia or whatever the heck it's called, where people claim that they see things, and one person may see one thing and another person may see something else. And I believe in that partially, but if one person sees a cat in the clouds and you point it to them, 9 times out of 10, they're going to see a cat in the clouds, okay? They're not going to see something else. So, video and cameras are infallible. They snap a picture. But then here again, there are stories that digital images and audio recordings and photographs that have been around for 40 or 50 years never had anything on them. Never, nothing. And then when the person goes back and looks at it or listens to it, lo and behold, there's something there. Okay? This is one of the strange aspects of instrumental transcommunication, is you may have this tape and there's nothing there, and you go back to it and you listen to it again, and lo and behold, there's something there on the tape. You've never done anything to this tape. It's a scary shit, and I'm telling you, it is real, because I've experienced it and I cannot explain it. I cannot explain it. I don't necessarily believe that it's real. I believe that the possibility that it's real is better than 50%. There is something going on, people. And my intention here is to operate in light wave frequencies to eliminate the possibility of radio interference. When you listen to these ghost boxes, you get these people listening to all this noise and the voices, and the radio tuner goes back and forth really quick. And, oh, I heard a voice and I heard a name. Oh, what's your name? Where are you from? This shit's stupid, okay? It's just, I'm not saying it's like totally redundant, okay? It happens. You might get something. But it's not definitive. It's totally random. You could sit there for 2 hours and you might get 1 or 2 names or something. That is not the best way to do ghost communication. The best way to do it is to have a blank tape, cassette tape, an audio cassette tape, magnetic tape, no digital. Go out in the field. Go to a place that you know has been haunted or has been, had stories. Go to a fort. Don't go to graveyards because they're all dead, ironically speaking, and it's true. You get nothing in graveyards. Forts are good places. You can take the tape recorder, put it inside a cannon at a fort at midnight when nobody's around. If you play that tape back, I guarantee you, 100%, you will hear something. Because what happens is when you put the tape recorder inside the cannon acts as a passive audio amplifier. And that shit is, I'm telling you, okay? I'm telling you. One of these days, I'm going to take my wife. She don't know what's going to happen. We're going to visit all these forts in the middle of the night. We're going to go out there and put this tape recorder in there, make tape recordings for however long, all night long. Do it one place for like half an hour, go to another place half an hour. And so, in one area, and then go to another area and do it for another night. So, I believe that magnetism is more of a way for the spirits to align themselves with, the magnetic waves, whether they change the structure of the audio tape, whether the magnetism is affected while the audio tape is recording. Because in every single case, you have to go back and listen to the tape. You got to go back and watch the video. It's not live. This is something that you cannot see. You cannot hear it. You have to go back. I don't care what anybody says, okay? Even in this situation that I'm working with, if you hear a noise, you're not going to understand it. You're not going to see it. You might. There's ways to encode and decode noise on the fly. And I am going to attempt to do that. But my goal is just to pick up anomalous signals in the light waves. And the best way to do that is to be able to amplify the light waves, use test objects, and have a calibrated system. And the only way to have a calibrated system is to use an interferometer. You have to have a calibrated system because if you got noise, you don't know where it's coming from, you've got no reference, okay? It could be anything. But that's only half the point. The other half of the point is when you use an interferometer, you can cancel out the main signal, and then the noise that's there that was created by the carrier wave of the light wave, it's still there. And the carrier light wave, you can filter it right out using optics, okay? And I've seen some of this stuff. I've watched these interferometer testing by a whole bunch of people. And I've been trying to glean and research and understand how to tune the interferometer and see what happens and all kinds of things. There's some really cool shit that happens in that interferometer that these bigwig PhD doctorates, they don't know what the hell they're doing. Okay? It's like, what the hell? Where do they get their education? Like, you just went by something and you're not explaining what it is, What the hell? It pisses me off, I'm a very I'm a very excellent person when it comes to electronics and physics and mathematics and chemistry, biology, everything. I know pretty much what I'm talking about, especially with electronics and somewhat with physics and chemistry and quantum theory and that kind of thing. I know this stuff. So, my thinking, it it developed out of at first, like, let me go ahead and I'm gonna stop this music and we're gonna just send past that for a minute. So originally I was going to have I'll show you the system that I've got here. Let's bring up paint and we'll go ahead and drop my little meditative guy here. And let's see, where's paint? Right here. So originally my system did not wasn't there was no interferometer. Um, there was just light going into a test object and me picking off the noise off the test object, and I'm maybe comparing it or something. And I never really thought about the interferometer. It's a perfect device because you can cancel the main carrier wave, and then what you got left is the noise from the object. Well, why not just send the light into the object? Because if you do, and then try to get rid of the carrier wave, you can't do it because the light, I mean, you don't really know what frequencies the test object is going to give you. So when you send a white light down through there, the white light is going to have a crap ton of noise, a crap ton of signal, and your test object's going to be in a narrower range, like maybe it's going to be 500 nanometers, plus or minus 50 nanometers, which is not so bad. You can see some stuff there. Say, oh wow, okay, I got a little signal, right? So what do? You try to listen to that signal, or you try to take a video of that signal and see what it's doing, but you've got nothing to compare to. You've got no reference. So what you've got all that white stuff going through there along with your test object. And you might think, okay, I can just filter out my carrier wave well, the carrier wave consists of all of the range from 400 to 1,000 nanometers, right? So you can't filter. You might say, okay, well, I can filter out the 500 with a filter, and you can do that. Um, just filter out the most of the white light, and your signal is going to go down, and then what you're left with is um, the noise plus some of this carrier wave signal that's going in there. But wouldn't it be better just to get rid of the carrier wave altogether? That's where the interferometer comes in. And so I got going deeper and deeper into this rabbit hole, and I discovered this Fabry-Perot interferometer thing, which is kind of like in the middle of this picture here. And so I thought, well, that's interesting. And so what it does is got two concave mirrors on either end of this thing, and the light from the test object will go back through the tuned cavity, and it will reflect back and forth. It'll bounce back and forth in that tuned cavity, and then it'll shoot out the beam splitter over to the detector. And then at the same time, since you're using an interferometer setup, you can cancel the carrier wave, and you may, and hopefully what you've done is that you've used a mechanical means of amplifying the light wave signal. And what I mean by mechanical is that Fabry-Perot mirror bouncing back and forth. That's how they make lasers. The light beam goes in there, bounces back and forth, and finally comes out the end, and you got a laser coming out. It's a pretty strong beam. Now, I'm just a layman engineering technician. I can't do uh, even if I set up this situation where I'm using near vacuum situations and minus 200 degrees C or whatever, then I'm going to have a system that's practically isolated from the real world. And it may or may not work, but I don't necessarily want to do that. I still want to maintain a communications door to the outside world. Um, so aside from that, so I don't know if this Fabre Perot amplification system works, if it's going to work, or what it does. What's the reason for it? So what it is going to do is going to add a level of complexity to the system because you've got to use the laser to tune your whole system, and set up your calibrated system at your detector. Well, that's okay, but if you use a laser, you're using one wavelength. Well, lo and behold, what's coming into that beam splitter is going to be anywhere from 400 to 1200 nanometers. The entire visible spectrum is going through that beam splitter. And so, okay, well, the tune cavity can tune itself to certain wavelengths of the visible spectrum. That's complication number one, but it's also a benefit number one. That's a mechanical filter. So the light goes through, it goes through a lens, it goes into the test object, bounces off the first surface mirror, goes back into the tuned cavity, and so now we have a certain frequency that's coming off the test object, and we need to find that frequency, which should be relatively easy to do. Then we tune that cavity in such a way as to create what's called a standing wave. And so if you could, I don't know exactly, so the light is going through there transversely. It's going from left to right. If you think about the slit experiment, when the light reaches the wall, the waves are perpendicular to the line of travel. Now, there's a way to flip the electric portion of the wave, but it doesn't flip the magnetic portion, or the magnetic portion just it's still there, but it's really weak. And I'm also planning on having a mirror set up looking 90 degrees to that light wave going through there. There's some other stuff going on. So well, what I've done today was I've calculated all of the focal points for the concave lenses for the tuned cavity, which, believe it or not, I was lucky enough to find. My tuned cavity is actually, it's kind of massive. It's about 8 inches. I'm hoping to get it shorter than 8 inches long, because I've only got 12 inches to work with between the beam splitter and the first surface mirror. So the total of the concave lenses with the focal points came out to about 3.5 to 4 inches. So, which is kind of weird because the way they have this cavity set up is that the waves go through, they go bounce back and forth, and you tune this cavity, and you line up the little dots and yada yada yada. There's probably some things going on in that tuned cavity that I don't know about yet. I'm guessing, number one, it's going to be extremely difficult to set that tuned cavity up. Outside of that, it may, because when you're tuning this thing and you get these waves bouncing back and forth, there's something happening that I'm going to talk about in a minute. So one of the attributes of instrumental transcommunication is infinity. And I've spoken before about the numerous amounts of infinity that exist in the world. And so one of those infinities, this fellow by the name, a researcher by the name of Erland Babcock, who again I was very fortunate to meet in Massachusetts. He's one of the world ITC researchers, and I want to get my name up there, and I will too, one way or the other. Because his wife said, oh, his son got all his laser equipment and stuff. And I haven't heard hide nor hair of him, and it's been God knows how many years, 10, 15 years since he's passed away, and there's, nothing going on with his equipment. And so all of that stuff was on a laser table. We've got the lenses and everything's kind of out in the open, and he's got the speaker thing and the laser going into the speaker, and he's got laser waves going around in a curve. There's some things going on, and he's got the detectors and all that stuff. That's kind of a pain in the ass to line up and calibrate all that stuff. That wasn't. I don't think that was an interferometer either. By the way, that was. Well, it could have been. I think he had a beam splitter, and he had one signal going into the detector, and the other one was going around at 90 degrees into a speaker, and he had tones. He had the tones going into the speaker, and the speaker was vibrating. It was changing. He was using the cone of the speaker to vary the light. So he was using a physical aspect to modulate the light wave. It was kind of ingenious, And he made a tape recording of it, and I was very fortunate to have that tape recording. And eventually, when I get my VCR set up in here, I'm going to record that at the same time that tape is playing. But that tape's got something else on it. Well, actually, that's on World ITC. I take that back. So now the other thing that he did was he took a video camera and he pointed the video camera into the TV. And so what that does is it creates a feedback loop. And so I tried that a couple times and I burnt out 2 VCRs doing it, okay? So don't do it. You'll burn out your VCR, trust me. So if you get the with these digital cameras, and you can do it. There's no big deal, but it's digital. It's not the old TVs have tubes, and the old TVs have the old magnet. There's a lot of magnetism in there floating around. Okay, and so like I said before, these spirits and these entities, I believe they utilize magnetism and noise in order to create these pictures. Now, with these LED TVs and LCD TVs, I don't think you're going to get nothing. I've never tried it. I mean, you can do a feedback thing, okay? And I've never bothered to do it because I've just been too busy with other things in life and wanting to do this project. Because for me, the Lightwave project, using light waves to try to communicate with beings from other dimension, is a much more reliable setup than using radios and ghost boxes and all that other shit. I've been there, I've done that, and I know for a fact that the audio tapes work. You just have to be in a quiet place. You've got to be kind of reverent, and then when you leave the area, you say, "Okay, well, thank you, spirits, for helping me. I wish you well, and now you can go on your merry way. I am leaving. I'm going home, and you don't have to come with me. Maybe sometime I will come back and visit you, but you want to make sure that you have this atmosphere and explain to them that it's okay, everything is fine, and so that they don't follow you home, and they can kind of do that and they can cause issues, all right, so you've got the video thing. You've got the boiling water on the stove. what does that mean? It means that you are peering, you are looking into infinity. You are creating a visual infinite number of pictures using randomness and chaos and complexity. So that's what we're going to get into once I talk about my project. We're going to talk about chaos and complexity theory and um, like what's necessary for instrumental transcommunication. I did say magnetism, and so getting back to my project, we've got this tuned cavity. It's a Faraday Perot type of setup, and you can set up a standing wave for each of the separate wavelengths that you're trying to analyze. And you can use a polarizer on each end in order to maximize your throughput of your information. So that's that story. Now, if you got white light going through there, and then you're using a polarizer to filter out a certain wavelength, it's going to filter out the wavelength that's the carrier wave is going through there, and then the other actually so like what's happening is that all of the wavelengths are hitting the beam splitter because I'm going to have a grating. And now, at first, I was going to use the grating on the first mirror. So you got the slit, you got the grating, you got the mirror down to the beam splitter. Then I'm thinking, let's do the grating, the mirror, then the beams, then the grating, and the grating goes to the beam splitter. And so what happens is you can tune the grating across the beam splitter, and now you've got another means of fine tuning. You can narrow down the frequencies and you can tune across that band. It's a coarse adjustment. It's just effing, it's just so freaking amazing. I cannot wait to do this. I just can't wait to do this. So, like, I am very excited about this. Just doing the experiment, you know? I want to be able to see that Fabry Perot create a standing wave for a translucent mineral or something like quartz or whatever, and I want to see that baby work. So I've tested the reflectivity of the concave. They're not mirrors, by the way. You can get like a two-way concave mirror. Unfortunately, I don't have the money or the time to do that yet. What I've got is two concave lenses, and the backwash from the lens is supposedly it's going to be polarized out so that it doesn't interfere. The other situation was that I wanted to have the cavity completely open so that you've got this box and everything. So evidently that's going to be a problem because the cavity is actually now going to be a dark. It will be shiny inside the cavity, so that will present some noise on my first testing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a window on the side. I'm going to have a window on either side of the tomb cavity, so that we can look into the cavity transversely and that kind of thing. And that will be sent to a detector and a camera and a whole bunch and some other things. So that's going to be a little bit elaborate and pretty cool. I can probably do the first test in air. And because the next step beyond that is to fill the cavity with mineral oil. And so what that's going to do, and I may actually fill it with water first, because that way I won't damage the lenses too much. There's going to be one lens inside of the tune cavity that I'm going to be able to use as a focuser. And the other lens is going to be at the end towards the beam splitter to use as a zoom magnifier, and that lens can be pulled in and out. And that's not the one I'm talking about. The one at the object under test side is going to be, that's going to be movable back and forth. The one inside the cavity is going to be movable back and forth. That's going to present it's about a times 10 magnification. Not too shabby. On the other side, it's going to be like more. I'm going to have the ability to really get down in there and magnify what's inside that cavity. That's some serious shit, I'm telling you. And then we're going to try it with water. We're going to fill a cavity with water, run the same experiment. If if I get the result I'm looking for, which is which may be a clearer definition of the information that's there. If that happens, then I'm going to get rid of the water and we're going to put the mineral oil inside of the cavity. Number one, the mineral oil has a slightly higher refractive index. Number two, the mineral oil has a much lower freezing temperature, like minus 40. So that will allow us to get down to minus 20, minus 30 degrees and try to eliminate noise issues and things like that, and see what we can do with colder temperatures. Now also, we're going to add the Faraday effect into the tune cavity. There will be a coil inside of the cavity that's wound in different orientations in order to test the Faraday effect. So that situation is going to happen. The transversal coils where the light goes through the ferrite core, and I'm wondering if I can move that coil back towards the test object and accelerate the light even more. That's going to be some shit when that gets set up, because we're talking a pretty. I can get a good massive coil in there now. I can get a coil. I can run an amp or two of power into that coil and bleed out some of the power on a resistor and create a field. Now the case itself will probably be grounded. I'll probably ground the case. I also have field emission detectors so that when I'm running the test, I'm not radiating any dangerous electromagnetic fields. I'm not too worried about that because whatever. And so that's kind of the situation. There's a way I'm thinking I can use the Faraday effect to transmit inside of the laser wave, or the laser, and add my voice into the laser. Now, the reason why to do it there is because in that tune cavity, there's the potential of creating infinity and the chaos effect. And so my feeling is that we need to be in a situation of infinity in order to communicate between dimensions. So, and the reason I picked that up was when I was watching the movie that Erlen Babcock made of his recording against the TV and showing pictures. You could see pictures of people and landscapes, and it's an amazing tape, and I hope I can get it back working and make a video, a copy of that, and so on. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in. The other thing is I'm going to do, so there's two ways, there's a couple of ways to pick up information. One is from the light wave itself at the detector, converting the light wave to see the various harmonics in the theremin spectrogram device. But that's probably not how we're going to get the information. We're going to get noise on the light, and so we're going to collect that noise electronically. We're going to convert the light to electrical signals, and I don't know exactly how yet I'm going to do that. It would be nice to be able to collect noise variants from the different wavelengths, because basically what we're maximizing a wavelength, trying to find out what's the best wavelength to communicate with. And I'm leaning towards ultraviolet. Um, so there may only be one wavelength anyway. And the other situation is I thought about putting a movable slit inside that tune cavity. So we got the Faraday effect. We got now the Sleringer. This I don't know how to pronounce it. The Sleringer effect has the changes in air density, and where that first mirror is on the left over here. I don't know if you can see my little arrow. Um, Behind that mirror there is a parabolic, or there's another concave mirror, a parabolic reflector. And so when you put an object in front of that and then use a razor blade at the detector, you can get the slurring effect. And so my thinking was to maybe have the razor blades inside of the cavity and use one of the razor blades as the diffractor inside the cavity and to monitor the slurring effect and maybe and see the slurring effect inside the cavity. That would be some shit cool stuff because nobody's ever done that before. No, I don't. Not that I know of. Nobody's ever put mineral oil inside this tuning cavity. The light slows down to 200,000 meters per second compared to 300,000 meters per second in air. And so this is a really big deal. And by slowing the light down, you've got a better chance of hitting chaotic signals and the light waves than you would if you just shoot that light out, you know? So that's the story of my system. That's the story of instrumental transcommunication. They mix tones with radio waves or tones with light waves. They've done some of this stuff basically before. Nothing's ever come of it, okay? Me, I am better than 50% hopeful that something's going to happen. And I'm relatively excited about it because this is state of the art stuff. And I've got first surface mirrors. I've got my lenses cleaned. I've got my focal points done. I've got my tuning cavities made. I'm making rings for the lenses. I found my grating, my 13,000 line grating. I think I found it, and so I got that. We've got CDs. We got blank CDs. We got blank DVDs. We've got blank hard drives that we're going to use for front surface mirrors. We got a whole bunch of things to test. We've got plastic beam splitter ideas that's going to happen. What else? We've got some magnification lenses. We've got the transversal looking into the tune cavity. I also have a setup where the side of the walls inside of the containing unit is very reflective aluminum. It's so reflective that you can visualize pictures on it. And so I'm going to attempt to create a feedback system onto the side of well, it's actually an interferometer from the tune cavity out to the pictures, out to the side of the walls on the system, which, I mean, they're only going to be like 4 inches apart or something, but still. There's that aspect that can happen. That resulting noise, we may be able to get pictures from other dimensions. But what we got to do is we've got to find this chaos point, and the chaos point happens inside that tune cavity. And when it does, I'm telling you, all shit's going to break loose, and this is the secret. And we're going to go into this right now. I'm going to go ahead and shut this off, and we're going to bring up this right here, and let's go listen to the story about what. So chaos theory, basically, like if you look at, let's see here, if you look at YouTube, if you look at this picture here, the butterfly effect. Something happens in one country and it creates a situation millions and millions of miles away. So this picture that you're looking at is what's considered a bistable condition. It's got two attractor points, and it's not a chaotic system. It's not a strange attractor. We want to get into the area of what's called strange attractors, areas where patterns in the chaos are the patterns are they look like they're random. It's just crazy. I swear to God. So there's the basic thing about there's the formula right here. Z equals unveiling the universe with one simple equation. Let's go ahead and start with this. Let's see what we got here.
Turing became convinced that mathematics could be used to describe biological systems and ultimately intelligence.
Going down the rabbit hole,
would give
baby.
rise to the modern computer, and later in Turing's life, an even more radical idea. The idea that a simple mathematical description could be given for a mysterious process that takes place in an embryo. The process is called morphogenesis, and it's very puzzling. At first, all the cells in the embryo are identical. Then, the cells begin to clump together and also become different from each other. How does this happen? With no thought, no central coordination. How do cells that start off identical know to become, say, skin, while others become part of an eye? Morphogenesis is a spectacular example of something called self-organization. And before Turing, no one had a clue how it worked. Then, in 1952, Turing published this. His paper might cause its cells to self of aged just 41 stripes to create stunning. The cogs were wearing out.
That people drew from
emerged these astonishing patterns of waves and scrolls.
They're obvious at first sight. Other scientists showed that if you left a variation of Belousov never encountered Turing's work. For if he had, he would have been completely vindicated. It turns out that Belousov's oscillating chemicals, far from contravening the laws of physics, were actually a real-world example of precisely the behavior Turing's equations predicted. While the connection might not appear obvious at first sight, other scientists showed that if you left a variation of Belousov's chemicals unstirred in a petri dish, instead of simply oscillating, they self-organize into shapes. In fact, they go beyond Turing's simple blobs and stripes to create stunningly beautiful structures and patterns out of nowhere.
The amazing and very unexpected thing about the BZ reaction is that someone had discovered a system which essentially reproduces the Turing equations. And so, from what looks like a very, very bland solution, emerge these astonishing patterns of waves and scrolls and spirals.
Now, this is emphatically not abstract science. The way Belousov's chemicals move as coordinated waves is exactly the way our heart cells are coordinated as they beat. Newton's law of gravity, which can be used to predict how a planet, but he was wrong. Called Edward Lorenz. In the early 1960s, he tried to find mathematical equations that could help predict the weather. Like all his contemporaries, he believed that in principle, the weather system was no different to my orrery. A mechanical system that could be described and predicted mathematically. But he was wrong. When Lorenz wrote down what looked like perfectly simple mathematical equations to describe the movement of air currents, they didn't do what they were supposed to. They made no useful predictions whatsoever. It was as if the lightest breath of wind one day could make the difference a month later between a snowstorm and a perfectly sunny day. How can a simple system that works in the regular clockwork manner of my orrery become unpredictable? It's all down to how it's configured, how the gears are connected. In essence, under certain circumstances, the tiniest difference in the starting positions of the cogs, differences that are too small to measure, can get bigger and bigger with each turn of the handle. With each step in the process, the system then moves further and further away from where you thought it was going. Lorenz captured this radical idea in an influential talk he gave called "Does the Flap of a Butterfly's Wings in Brazil set off a tornado in Texas. Smaller scales. The same branching principle applies in the structure of our lungs and the way our blood vessels are distributed throughout our bodies. It even describes how rivers split into ever smaller streams. And nature can repeat all sorts of shapes in this way. Just as with the tree or the broccoli, the closer you study this picture, the more detail you see. Each shape within the set contains an infinite number of smaller shapes, baby Mandelbrots that go on forever. Yet all this complexity stems from just one incredibly simple equation. This equation has a very important property. It feeds back on itself. Like a video loop, each output becomes the input for the next go. This feedback means that an incredibly simple mathematical equation can produce a picture of infinite complexity. The really fascinating thing is that the Mandelbrot set isn't just a bizarre mathematical quirk. Its fractal property of being similar at all scales mirrors a fundamental ordering principle in nature. Turing's patterns, Belousov's reaction, and Mandelbrot's fractals are all signposts pointing to a deep underlying natural principle.
When we look at complexities in nature, we tend to ask, where did they come from? There is something in our heads that says complexity does not arise out of simplicity. It must arise from something complicated. We conserve complexity. But what the mathematics in this whole area is telling us is that very simple rules naturally give rise to very complex objects. And so if you look at the object, it looks complex, and you think about the rule that generates it, it's simple. So the same thing is both complex and simple from two different points of view. And that means we have to rethink completely the relation between simplicity and complexity.
Complex systems can be based on simple rules. That's the big revelation. And it's an astonishing idea. It seems to apply all over our world. Our planet.
There's another one. If you find references to two of them, I'm not going to talk about the second one, which has a symbol alpha. There was a paper in, I think, 1970 or... We've got a number which is apparently so famous that it's up there on the mathematical constants list, up there with pi and e and root 2. But this one I'd never heard of until recently. And apparently, well, they're pretty sure it's irrational, so I'm just going to give you the first bit of it. This is Feigenbaum's constant, or one of Feigenbaum's constants. There's another one. If you find references to two of them, I'm not going to talk about the second one, which has a symbol alpha. There was a paper in, I think, 1970 odd by Robert May about an equation, which I'm going to write down, which models population growth. X, so it's traditional, and this is going to be like a population level. And it's a way of modeling like how things breed, so maybe rabbits or frogs. Let's go with rabbits because they breed like rabbits. It's going to have some other variables in it. This is what they call the logistic map. Map is like a posh word for a function. You get an input and output, and it's mapping one value to another one. But what this does is it predicts what the next year's population is going to be for a community of animals. The first component here is the next year population. So that means this one here is the previous. And so we're kind of counting populations. They're going to be between 0 and 1, like empty dead population and a full population. And that's what this number is as well. So we've got like, we're going to iterate this. We're going to get an answer out and put it back in to get the next year's thing. And then the important number here is this lambda. It's like the fertility. So like if this is high, these things are going to breed like rabbits. And if it's 0, they're not going to breed at all. And changing this number is what the biologists were using to sort of model different populations. If the previous year's population is high, you'd expect the next one to be high. So you're kind of multiplying by the previous year's population. But also if it's too high, they're going to run out of food. So that's where you do 1 minus the previous population. So this is like the breeding, and this is like starvation. What's interesting is you can just put numbers into this. So I'm going to start with a population x1 of a half. So remember, this is it's between 0 and 1. The population is half full to start with. In fact, you can start with anything. What's interesting is what happens over a long time. So we need to choose a fertility. I'm going to choose, just for this particular example, lambda, the fertility to be, I don't know. It turns out you need to be between 0 and 4. There are complicated reasons for that, which I'm not going to go into right now. But I'm going to choose 2.3. So we're about middle in our range of fertility. So this calculation tells me that the next year's population has gone up. I've got 0.575. So my population has increased. I've got enough fertility that the breeding is happening well. What's interesting, though, is what happens over a long time. For year 3, we get 0.562.
The population dropped.
Yeah, the population's dropped. So we've clearly gone high enough that the competition started kicking in, and maybe they can't sustain that high population. What's interesting, though, is if you wonder, is this going to bounce lots of times? And actually, typing this in every time is extraordinarily tedious. Although I know you're watching this for exactly that reason. But we could speed this up, and you can do it on any of these calculators because it has an iteration function. If I clear this and I type 2.3 times answer, whatever the previous answer was is going to turn up there, and then 1 minus answer. And then I never have to type anything in again, which is my idea of maths. So next year, I'm not going to write them down anymore, but next year x4 will get 0.566.
Oh.
It's gone up. And if I keep pressing equals, I'm not going to read them out anymore, but keep an eye on what's happening. I'm just going to keep pressing equals. 0.56494, 0.565, 0.56519, 0.56522, 0.56522, 0.56522, 0.56522. Okay, you know what's going to happen. It looks like, actually, and this is believable, right? Sometimes populations stabilize. And this is good because this is the real world being described by a simple equation. This is not all that exciting, I have to say, but at least I can do this calculation repeatedly. I can bash the button as many times as I like, and it's not changing anymore. It's genuinely doing the calculation, but it's giving the same answer. It's what they call a fixed point of the iteration. So the rabbits are breeding, but they're also dying, and they're dying and breeding at the same rate, and something's balanced. And this is good because the biologists needed a simple way of modelling real populations, and real populations do balance out eventually. What's nice about this map, or this function, or this equation, is that it also manages to capture some more complicated behaviour, which is what happens if you change our lambda number. If you plot it, bifurcates, which is this graph again. The graph doubles again, and again, and again, and again, and quicker, and quicker, and quicker. So a tiny change in this lambda gives you a new branch. We don't have a closed form of explaining what this number is. What is genuinely shocking is that he then looked at some other equations. Forget biology now. He just looked at other quadratic equations. If you haven't spotted already, I'm just going to point it out. This equation here is a quadratic because it has an x times an x. He looked at all sorts of other functions, all of them having a single sort of hump. And this is a quadratic map with a single hump. And he found that every function he looked at not only exhibited this period doubling, if you started fiddling with the parameter, but it also scaled with that number. And it turns out now this is called Feigenbaum's constant because every unimodal map, but you can see it. We can go beyond infinity right now. So at 3.6, the period doubling is going to stop and something else is going to take over. And just have a little watch of this. So there's a very strange behavior. It's nice and simple and then crazy. And actually this is a good example of chaos as well. I'm going to zoom in on that region. So here's the 2 cycle, and then it's split again to a 4 cycle, and then 8, and then 16, and then right there we've gone in what they call the onset of chaos. And it's a technical term, chaos meaning really sensitive, but it's almost beautiful. There's weird structure happening here. This is not a glitch in my software. And yet it looks like for most of it, it's spitting out random. So these are the populations. Every time you press equals, it's creating a dot.
Does this get crazier then, like the Mandelbrot set?
You're right to spot that. The Mandelbrot set is involved with this. This is a fractal. If you zoom in on stuff, so if I zoomed in on this period doubling bit, you can see more period doubling is self-similar. But then the self-similarity seems to sort of go a bit crazy. Actually, this is the Mandelbrot set, but you're only seeing one dimension of it. The Mandelbrot set, as you may know, is all about using complex numbers. You need two-dimensional numbers. If you just looked at the central line of the Mandelbrot set and plotted what the points do when you do the iteration, this is what you're seeing. And actually, this was happening at the same time as Benoit Mandelbrot was discovering about the beginnings of fractals and chaos. So this is all tied together. What's lovely about it is that even in chaos, you get order turning up. So this here is a 3 cycle. It's going crazy over here, and then suddenly it settles down to stable behavior 3 cycle. In fact, it doubles to a get 6 and then you get 12, but then it goes back to chaos again. And nobody expected this behavior to happen from a really simple equation. It's just the same equation we've been using all along. And it was the beginning of chaos theory, what they call nonlinear dynamics now, where simple deterministic equations have very unpredictable results. And one
What's the connection between a dripping faucet, the Mandelbrot set, a population of rabbits? Let's say we're dealing with Let's say we're dealing with a particularly active group of rabbits, so R equals 2.6. And then let's pick a starting population of 40% of the maximum, so 0.4, and then times 1 minus 0.4, and we get 0.624. Okay, so the population increased in the first year. But what we're really interested in is the long-term behavior of this population. So we can put this population back into the equation, and to speed things up, you can actually type 2.6 times answer times 1 minus answer, get 0.61. So the population dropped a little. Hit it again, 0.619, 0.613, 0.617, 0.615, u of 0.615. Now, what would happen if I changed the initial population? I'm just going to move this slider here, and what you see is the first few years change, but the equilibrium population remains the same. So we can basically ignore the initial population. So what I'm really interested in is how does this equilibrium population vary depending on R, the growth rate? Well, as you can see, if I lower the growth rate, the equilibrium population decreases. That makes sense. And in fact, if R goes below 1, well then the population drops and eventually goes extinct. So what I want to do is make another graph, where on the x-axis I have R, the growth rate, and on the y-axis I'm plotting the equilibrium population, the population you get after many, many, many generations. Okay, for low values of R, we see the populations always go extinct, so the equilibrium value is 0. But once R hits 1, the population stabilizes onto a constant value, and the higher R is, the higher the equilibrium population. So far, so good. But now comes the weird part. Once R passes 3, the graph splits in 2. Why? What's happening? Well, no matter how many times you iterate the equation, it never settles onto a single constant value. Instead, it oscillates back and forth between two values. One year the population is higher, the next year lower, and then the cycle repeats. The cyclic nature of populations is observed in nature too. One year there might be more rabbits, and then fewer the next year, and more again the year after. As R continues to increase, the fork spreads apart, and then each one splits again. Now, instead of oscillating back and forth between two values, populations go through a 4-year cycle before repeating. Since the length of the cycle or period has doubled, these are known as period doubling bifurcations. And as R increases further, there are more period doubling bifurcations. They come faster and faster, leading to cycles of 8, 16, 32, 64, and then at R equals 3.57, chaos. The population never settles down at all. It bounces around as if at random. In fact, this equation provided one of the first methods of generating random numbers on computers. It was a way to get something unpredictable from a deterministic machine. There is no pattern here, no repeating. Of course, if you did know the exact initial conditions, you could calculate the values exactly. So they are considered only pseudo-random numbers. Now you might expect the equation to be chaotic from here on out, but as R increases, order returns. There are these windows of stable periodic behavior amid the chaos. For example, at R equals 3.83, there is a stable cycle with a period of 3 years. And as R continues to increase, it splits into 6, 12, 24, and so on before returning to chaos. In fact, this one equation contains periods of every length. 37, 51, 1052, whatever you like if you just have the right value of R. Looking at this bifurcation diagram, you may notice that it looks like a fractal. The large-scale features look to be repeated on smaller and smaller scales. And sure enough, if you zoom in, you see that it is, in fact, a fractal. Arguably the most famous fractal is the Mandelbrot set. The plot twist here is that the bifurcation diagram is actually part of the Mandelbrot set. How does that work? Well, looking at this bifurcation diagram, you may notice that it looks like a fractal. The large-scale features look to be repeated on smaller and smaller scales. And sure enough, if you zoom in, you see that it is, in fact, a fractal. Arguably the most famous fractal is the Mandelbrot set. The plot twist here is that the bifurcation diagram is actually part of the Mandelbrot set. How does a fractal. Arguably the most famous fractal is the Mandelbrot set. The plot twist here is that the bifurcation diagram is actually part of the Mandelbrot set. How does that work? Well, quick recap on the Mandelbrot set. It is based on this iterated equation. So the way it works is you pick a number c, any number in the complex plane, and then start with z equals 0. And then iterate this equation over and over again. If it blows up to infinity, well then the number c is not part of the set. But if this number remains finite after unlimited iterations, well then it is part of the Mandelbrot set. So let's try, for example, c equals 1. So we've got 0 squared plus 1 equals 1, then 1 squared plus 1 equals 2, 2 squared plus 1 equals 5, 5 squared plus 1 equals 26. So pretty quickly you can see that with c equals 1, this equation is going to blow up. So the number 1 is not part of the Mandelbrot set. What if we try c equals negative 1? Well then we've got 0 squared minus 1 equals negative 1, negative 1 squared minus 1 equals 0, and so we're back to 0 squared minus 1 equals negative 1. So we see that this function is going to keep oscillating back and forth between negative 1 and 0, and so it'll remain finite, and so c equals negative 1 is part of the Mandelbrot set. Now normally when you see pictures of the Mandelbrot set, it just shows you the boundary between the numbers that cause this iterated equation to remain finite and those that cause it to blow up. But it doesn't really show you how these numbers stay finite. So what we've done here is actually iterated that equation thousands of times and then plotted on the z-axis the value that that iteration actually takes. So if we look from the side, what you'll actually see is the bifurcation diagram. It is part of this Mandelbrot set. So what's really going on here? Well, what this is showing us is that all of the numbers in the main cardioid, they end up stabilizing onto a single constant value. But the numbers in this main bulb, well, they end up oscillating back and forth between two values. And in this bulb, they end up oscillating between 4 values. They've got a period of 4. And then 8, and then 16, 32, and so on. And then you hit the chaotic part. The chaotic part of the bifurcation diagram happens out here on what's called the needle of the Mandelbrot set, where the Mandelbrot set gets really thin. And you can see this medallion here that looks like a smaller version of the entire Mandelbrot set. Well, that corresponds to the window of stability in the bifurcation plot with a period of 3. Now, the bifurcation diagram only exists on the real line because we only put real numbers into our equation. But all of these bulbs off of the main cardioid, well, they also have periodic cycles of, for example, 3 or 4 or 5. And so you see these repeated ghostly images if we look in the z-axis. Effectively, they're oscillating between these values as well. Personally, I find this extraordinarily beautiful. But if you're more practically minded, you may be asking, but does this equation actually model populations of animals? And the answer is yes, particularly in the controlled environments scientists have set up in labs. But what I find even more amazing is how this one simple equation applies to a huge range of totally unrelated areas of science. The first major experimental confirmation came from a fluid dynamicist named Libchaber. He created a small rectangular box with mercury inside, and he used a small temperature gradient to induce convection. Just 2 counter-rotating cylinders of fluid inside his box. That's all the box was large enough for. And of course, he couldn't look in and see what the fluid was doing, so he measured the temperature using a probe in the top. And what he saw was a regular spike, a periodic spike in the temperature. That's like when the logistic equation converges on a single value. But as he increased the temperature gradient, a wobble developed on those rolling cylinders at half the original frequency. The spikes in temperature were no longer the same height. Instead, they went back and forth between two different heights. He had achieved period 2. And as he continued to increase the temperature, he saw period doubling again. Now he had 4 different temperatures before the cycle repeated. And then 8. This was a pretty spectacular confirmation of the theory in a beautifully crafted experiment. But this was only the beginning. Scientists have studied the response of our eyes and salamander eyes to flickering lights, and what they find is a period doubling. That once the light reaches a certain rate of flickering, our eyes only respond to every other flicker. It's amazing in these papers to see the bifurcation diagram emerge, albeit a bit fuzzy because it comes from real-world data. In another study, scientists gave rabbits a drug that sent their hearts into fibrillation. I guess they felt there were too many rabbits out there. I mean, if you don't know what fibrillation is, it's where your heart beats in an incredibly irregular way and doesn't really pump any blood, so if you don't fix it, you die. But what they found was, on the path to fibrillation, they found the period doubling route to chaos. The rabbit started out with a periodic beat, and then it went into a 2, which is this fixed value. And no one knows where this constant comes from. It doesn't seem to relate to any other known physical constant. So it is itself a fundamental constant of nature. What's even crazier is that it doesn't have to be the particular form of the equation I showed you earlier. Any equation that has a single hump, if you iterate it the way that we have, so you could use xn plus 1 equals sine x, for example. If you iterate that one again and again and again, you will also see bifurcations. Not only that, but the ratio of when those bifurcations occur will have the same scaling, 4.669. Any single hump function iterated will give you that. A small rectangular box with mercury inside, and he used a small temperature gradient to induce convection. Just 2 counter-rotating cylinders of fluid inside his box. That's That's all the box was large enough for. And of course, he couldn't look in and see what the fluid was doing, so temperature gradient to induce convection. Just two counter-rotating cylinders of fluid inside his box. That's all the box was large enough for. And of course, he couldn't look in and see what the fluid was doing, so he measured the temperature using a probe in the top. And what he saw was a regular spike, a periodic spike in the temperature. That's like when the logistic equation converges
Okay, good morning. Thank you everyone for joining us.
So we first initialize and motivated by that, our goal for the work we present here are comparable to each other. However, if we now perform the local analysis, then we see this two-lobe structure of the TM01 mode with a nodal example. They're
comprehensive, but
rather than you.
What I mean. The pairing that leads to the superfluidity comes from
Consider the following situation. You are a computer scientist specializing in simulations of dynamical systems. Time. And this dot notation is special in that it can only be used when the independent variable, the vector field, looks like this. Let's scatter a. Here, the attractor is just the origin, and the basin of attraction would later be known as the van der Pol oscillator. The original equations had a parameter that x dot was multiplied with and y dot was divided by, but here the parameter has been chosen to be 1 for a simpler set of equations. If we plot this system's phase plane, we can see that interestingly, trajectories everywhere seem to approach this loop around the origin. This loop is known as a limit cycle attractor, and is an important example that shows us that the attraction of trajectories does not necessarily have to result in the trajectory stopping at a singular point. Limit cycles are often characterized by physical phenomena that involve some sort of oscillation, and van der Pol's equations are no different. Other than electrical circuits, they have been used to model things like two tectonic plates at a geological fault, or the mechanics of human vocal cords that can be tweaked to alter the behavior of the system, but we'll be using values of 28, 10, and 8/3. This is what's known as a strange attractor, and here's what that means. A strange attractor is one that has a fractal structure. No point in the space is ever visited more than once by the same trajectory. If that happens, the trajectory would travel in a predictable loop. And no two trajectories will ever intersect. If that happens, they would merge into the same path, giving two different sets of initial conditions the same outcome. Think about what that means. A single trajectory will visit an infinite number of points in this limited space, and this limited space will have an infinite number of trajectories. Now, trajectories are just curves, so they should be one-dimensional, right? But how come no matter how much you zoom in on this attractor, you can always find more and more trajectories everywhere? That's why this attractor is said to have a non-integer dimension. It's made up of infinitely long curves in a finite space, which are so detailed that they start to partially fill up higher dimensions. It's not one-dimensional, two-dimensional, or three-dimensional. Its dimension is somewhere in between. As a result of this non-integer dimension and detail at arbitrarily small scales, the set of points in the Lorentz attractor is a fractal space, and small distance apart. It doesn't take long for them to diverge so much as to be on completely different paths. Running the simulation, keeping track of many pairs of trajectories. If you ran it twice, once with an initial error of 1 meter, and once with an initial error that was 1,000,000 times smaller, at 1 micrometer, how much longer do you think the simulation with the smaller error would stay below the margin of error? Well, let's write the expressions for the two predictability horizons and put them in a fraction, simplify a little bit, use some logarithm rules, and it's 3 times longer. 1,000,000 times more accurate, and your simulation would be valid for, let's say, 9 days instead of 3 days. This is the type of difficulty that any chaotic system presents in its simulation. The solar system's predictability horizon is not more than a few million years under current technology.
The simple group of symmetries that only has 2 elements acting on a face also has a fancy name, C2. In general mutations that preserve how far apart each one is from the other, it's impossible to write without factoring things out. And for the longest time, mathematicians struggled to find a formula to solve degree 5 polynomials. I mean, maybe there's one, but it's just super complicated. It turns out, though, if you think about the group which permutes the roots of such a polynomial, there's something about the nature of this group that reveals no quintic formula can exist. For example, the 5 roots of the polynomial you see on screen now, they have definite values. You could write out decimal approximations, but what you can never do is write those exact values by starting with the coefficients of the polynomial and using only the 4 basic operations of arithmetic together with radicals, no matter how many times you nest them. And that impossibility has everything to do with the inner structure of the permutation group S5. A theme in math through the last 2 centuries has been that the nature of symmetry in and of itself can show us all sorts of non-obvious facts about the other objects that we study. To give just a hint of the many, many ways that this applies to physics, there's a beautiful fact known as Noether's theorem saying that every conservation law corresponds to some kind of symmetry, a certain group. So all those fundamental laws like conservation of momentum and conservation of energy each correspond to a group. More specifically, the actions we should be able to apply to a setup such that the laws of physics don't change. All of this is to say that groups really are fundamental, and the one thing I want you to recognize right now is that they are one of the most natural things that you could study. What could be more universal than symmetry? So you might think that the patterns among groups themselves would somehow be very beautiful and symmetric. The monster, however, tells a different story. Before we get to the monster, though, at this point some mathematicians might complain that what I've described so far are not groups exactly, but group actions, and that groups are something slightly more abstract. By way of analogy, if I mention the number 3, you probably don't think about a specific triplet of things. you probably think about 3 as an object in and of itself, an abstraction, maybe represented with a symbol. In much the same way, when mathematicians discuss the elements of a group, they don't necessarily think about specific actions on specific objects. They might think of these elements as a kind of thing in and of itself, maybe represented with a symbol. For something like the number 3, the abstract symbol does us very little good unless we define its relation with other numbers, for example, the way that it adds or that it multiplies with them. For each of these, you could think of a literal triplet of something, but again, most of us are comfortable, probably even more comfortable, using the symbols alone. Similarly, what makes a group are all of the ways that its elements combine with each other. And in the context of actions, this has a very vivid meaning. What we mean by combining is to apply one action after the other, read from right to left. If you flip a snowflake about the x-axis, then rotate it 60 degrees counterclockwise, the overall action is the same as if you had flipped it about a diagonal line. All possible ways that you can combine two elements of a group like this defines a kind of multiplication. That is what really gives a group its structure. Here, I'm drawing out the full 8x8 table of the symmetries of a square. If you apply an action from the top row and follow it by an action from the left column, it'll be the same as the action in the corresponding grid square. But if we replace each one of these symmetric actions with something purely symbolic, well, the multiplication table still captures the inner structure of the group, but now it's abstracted away from any specific object that it might act on, like a square or roots of a polynomial. This is entirely analogous to how the usual multiplication table is written symbolically, which abstracts away from the idea of literal counts. Literal counts, arguably, would make it much clearer what's going on. But since grade school, we all grow comfortable with the symbols. After all, they're less cumbersome, they free us to think about more complicated numbers, and they also free us to think about numbers in new and very different ways. All of this is true of groups as well, which are best understood as abstractions above the idea of symmetry actions. I'm emphasizing this for two reasons. One is that understanding what groups really are gives a better appreciation for the monster. And the other is that many students learning about groups for the first time can find them frustratingly opaque. I know that I did. A typical course starts with this very formal and abstract definition, which is that a group is a set, any collection of things, with a binary operation, a notion of multiplication between those things, such that this multiplication satisfies 4 special rules, or axioms. And all of this can feel, well, kind of random, especially when it isn't made clear that all of these axioms arise from the things that must obviously be true when you're thinking about actions and composing them. To any students among you with such a course in the future, I would say if you appreciate that the relationship groups have with symmetric actions is analogous to the relationship numbers have with counts, it can help to make the course a lot more grounded. An example might help to see why this kind of abstraction is desirable. Consider the symmetries of a cube and the permutation group of 4 objects. At first, these groups feel very different. You might think of the one on the left as acting on 8 corners in a way that preserves the distance and orientation structure among them. But on the right, we have a completely unconstrained set of actions on a much smaller set of points. As it happens though, these two groups are really the same, in the sense that their multiplication tables will look identical. Anything that you can say about one group will be true of the other. For example, there are 8 distinct permutations where applying it 3 times in a row gets you back to where you started, not counting the identity. These are the ones that cycle 3 different elements together. There are also 8 rotations of the cube that have this property, the various 120 and 240 degree rotations about each diagonal. This is no coincidence. The way to phrase this more precisely is to say there is a 1-to-1 mapping between rotations of a cube and permutations of 4 elements, which preserves composition. For example, rotating 180 degrees about the y-axis, followed by 180 degrees about the x-axis, gives the same overall effect as rotating 180 degrees around the z-axis. Remember, that's what we mean by a product of 2 actions. And if you look at the corresponding permutations under a certain 1-to-1 association, this product will still be true. Applying the 2 actions on the left gives the same overall effect as the one on the right. When you have a correspondence where this remains true for all products, it's called an isomorphism. which is maybe the most important idea in group theory. This particular isomorphism between cube rotations and permutations of 4 objects is a bit subtle, but for the curious among you, you may enjoy taking a moment to think hard about how the rotations of a cube permute its 4 diagonals. In your mathematical life, you'll see more examples of a given group arising from seemingly unrelated situations, and as you do, you'll get a better sense for what group theory is all about. Think about how a number like 3 is not really about a particular triplet of things. It's about all possible triplets of things. In the same way, a group is not really about symmetries of a particular object. It's an abstract way that things even can be symmetric. There are even plenty of situations where groups come up in a way that does not feel like a set of symmetric actions at all, just as numbers can do a lot more than count. In fact, seeing the same group come up in different situations is a great way to reveal unexpected connections between distinct objects. That's a very common theme in modern math. And once you understand this about groups, it leads you to a natural question, which will eventually lead to the monster. What are all the groups? But now you're in a position to ask that question in a more sophisticated way. What are all the groups up to isomorphism? Which is to say, we consider 2 groups to be the same if there's an isomorphism between them. This is asking something more fundamental than what are all the symmetric things. It's a way of asking, what are all the ways that something can be symmetric? Is there some formula or procedure for producing them all? Some meta-pattern lying at the heart of symmetry itself? This question turns out to be hard. Exceedingly hard. For one thing, there's the division between infinite groups, for example the ones describing the symmetries of a line or a circle, and finite groups, like the ones we've looked at up to this point. To maintain some hope of sanity, let's limit our view to finite groups. In the same way that numbers can be broken down into their prime factorization, or molecules can be described based on the atoms within them, there's a certain way that finite groups can be broken down into a kind of composition of smaller groups. The ones which can't be broken down any further, analogous to prime numbers or atoms, are known as the simple groups. To give a hint for why this is useful, remember how we said that group theory can be used to prove that there's no formula for a degree 5 polynomial, the way there is for quadratic equations? Well, if you're wondering what that proof actually looks like, it involves showing that if there were some kind of mythical quintic formula, something which uses only radicals and the basic arithmetic operations, it would imply that the permutation group on 5 elements decomposes into a special kind of simple group, known fancifully as the cyclic groups of prime order. But the actual way that this breaks down involves a different kind of simple group, a different kind of atom, one which polynomial solutions built from radicals would never allow. That is a super high-level description, of course, with about a semester's worth of details missing, but the point is that you have this really not obvious fact about a different part of math whose solutions come from finding the atomic structure of a certain group. This is one of many different examples where understanding the nature of these simple groups, these atoms, actually matters outside of group theory. The task of categorizing all finite groups breaks down into 2 steps. 1, find all the simple groups, and 2, find all of the ways to combine them. The first question is like finding the periodic table, and the second is a bit like doing all of chemistry thereafter. The good news is that mathematicians have found all of the finite simple groups. Well, more pertinent is that they proved that the ones that they found are, in fact, all the ones out there. It took many decades, tens of thousands of dense pages of advanced math, hundreds of some of the smartest minds out there, and significant help from computers. But by 2004, with a culminating 12,000 pages to tie up the loose ends, there was a definitive answer. Many experts agree, this is one of the most monumental achievements in the history of math. The bad news, though, is that the answer is absurd. There are 18 distinct infinite families of simple groups, which makes it really tempting to lean into the whole periodic table analogy. But groups are stranger than chemistry, because there are also these 26 simple groups that are just left over. They don't fit the other patterns. These 26 are known as the sporadic groups. That a field of study rooted in symmetry itself has such a patched-together fundamental structure is, well, I mean, it's just bizarre. It's like the universe was designed by committee. If you're wondering what we mean by an infinite family, examples might help. One such family of simple groups includes all of these cyclic groups with prime order. These are essentially the symmetries of a regular polygon with a prime number of sides, but where you're not allowed to flip the polygon over. Another of these infinite families is very similar to the permutation groups that we saw earlier, but there's the tiniest constraint on how they're allowed to shuffle n items. If they act on 5 or more elements, these groups are simple. Which incidentally is heavily related to why polynomials with degree 5 or more have solutions that can't be written down using radicals. The other 16 families are notably more complicated, and I'm told that there's at least a little ambiguity in how to organize them into cleanly distinct families without overlap. But what everybody agrees on is that the 26 sporadic groups stand out as something very different. The largest of these sporadic groups is known, thanks to John Conway, as the monster group, and its size is the number I mentioned at the start. The second largest, and I promise this isn't a joke, is known as the baby monster group. Together with the baby monster, 19 of these sporadic groups are in a certain sense children of the monster, and Robert Grease called these 20 the happy family. He also called the other 6, which don't even fit that pattern, the pariahs. As if to compensate for how complicated the underlying math here is, the experts really let loose on their whimsy while naming things. Let me emphasize, having a group which is big is not that big a deal. But the idea that one of the fundamental building blocks for one of the most fundamental ideas in math comes in a collection that just abruptly stops around 8 times 10 to the 53, that's weird. Now, at this point, given that I introduced groups as symmetries, a collection of actions, you might wonder what it is that the monster acts on. What object does it describe the symmetries of? Well, there is an answer, but it doesn't fit into 2 or 3 dimensions to draw, nor does it fit into 4 or 5. Instead, to see what the monster acts on, we would have to jump up to, wait for it, 196,883 dimensions. Just describing one of the elements of this group takes about 4 gigabytes of data, even though plenty of groups that are way bigger have a much smaller computational description. The permutation group on 101 elements was, if you'll recall, dramatically bigger, but we can describe each one of its elements with very little data, for example, a list of 100 numbers. No one really understands why the sporadic groups, and the monster in particular, are there. Maybe in a few decades there will be a clearer answer. Maybe one of you will come up with it. But despite knowing that they are deeply fundamental to math, and arguably to physics as well, a lot about them remains mysterious. In the 1970s, mathematician John Mackay was making a switch from studying group theory to an adjacent field, and he noticed that a number very similar to this 196,883 showed up in a completely unrelated context, or at least almost. A number one bigger than this was in the series expansion of a fundamental function in a totally different part of math, relevant to these things called modular forms and elliptic functions. Assuming that this was more than a coincidence seemed crazy, enough that it was playfully deemed moonshine by John Conway. But after more numerical coincidences like this were noticed, it gave rise to what became known as the monstrous moonshine conjecture. Whimsical names just don't stop. This was proved by Richard Borchards in 1992, solidifying a connection between very different parts of math that at first glance seemed crazy. 6 years later, by the way, he won the Fields Medal, in part for the significance of this proof. And related to this moonshine is a connection between the monster and string theory. Maybe it shouldn't come as a surprise that something that arises from symmetry itself is relevant to physics, but in light of just how random the monster seems at first glance, this connection still elicits a double take. To me, the monster and its absurd size is a nice reminder that fundamental objects are not necessarily simple. The universe doesn't really care if its final answers look clean. They are what they are by logical necessity, with no concern over how easily we'll be able to understand them.
Okay, so some other cool examples. Clockwork, and there will be some predictability in the future based on those initial conditions. Early 1900s. I think it might have been 1906, right around the time Einstein was making, we know how to linearize the dynamics. The down-down configuration, just the kind of really easy.
So I want to tell you about a classic paradox in probability that is sort of a cautionary tale for students when they're about to hear a puzzle or they're setting up some kind of problem. Bertrand's paradox. There was a person who wrote this probability textbook, last name Bertrand. He mentioned in there why you have to be very careful with probabilities when infinity is involved. So what I'm going to do is have a circle, and I'm going to draw a random chord somewhere in that circle. So a chord is something that just connects two different points on that circle, right? What I want to ask is a certain question about the distribution of the length of this chord. You know, there's some kinds where if it just glances through the circle, that length will be very short. If it went through the diameter, that length would be very long. One of the most natural questions you might ask is something about the mean of that length. But that turns out to be a little on the messier side for the cleanliness of what Bertrand wanted to do. So instead he says, compare that length to the length of the sides of an equilateral triangle that's inscribed in that circle, which might seem kind of weird, like why are we talking about triangles? But it turns out to make the answer especially clean. So if we take some equilateral triangle, where, forgive the fact that I'm a little curved in the side length there, and we call this side length something like S. What Bertrand asks is, what is the probability that the length of your random chord is bigger than the side lengths of that triangle? And we could get a little numerical about this. If we say that the circle has a radius of 1, then geometry students might remember their 30, 60, 90 triangles. This angle here is 30 degrees. This angle here is 60 degrees. And so this side length will be exactly 1/2. This side length will be square root of 3/2. So we could also say if it's a unit circle, what we're asking about is the probability that the length of our chord is bigger than the square root of 3. So just a simple question like anything else you might come across in some books, some list of exercises at the end. And let me show you how to solve it. It's really not that hard. Without loss of generality, you can assume that the first point is one of the corners of the triangle. If it wasn't, we could kind of rotate the triangle so that was the case. And then we weren't given any specifying information about the nature of the chord. So we'll assume that the next side is uniform somewhere around this circle. If the second point chosen was over there, we would have a chord that's shorter than the side lengths of the triangle. If it fell into this kind of critical region on the opposite side of the triangle, up here, that region, then the chord that you draw would be longer. And then similarly, if it was on this other side, it would be shorter. So, probability student, they're doing their homework. They say, what's the probability this is longer? Not a problem. It is going to be exactly 1 in 3, because the circle is evenly divided into 3 pieces. Oh, there's only one of those pieces that will give you longer chords. Said and done, not an issue.
So if any random chord, there's a 1/3 chance it's going to have that long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No paradox to be found. In fact, let's verify this empirically. I ran a simulation. Essentially what I do is I choose a random pair of points somewhere on the circle, I connect them, and then I'm going to count whether or not that ends up longer than what we need, and then basically ask the proportion where that's the case. And I'll color it blue whenever it's longer, and then white whenever it's shorter. I'm just going to have this simulate a whole bunch. It'll do on the order of 1,000. And this ratio will be telling us what proportion of them are longer than the length we care about. And yeah, it seems like it's going roughly on the order of 1/3, so 0.33, kind of oscillating 0.44. So we did it theoretically, we did it empirically, we have an answer. So another student comes in, they're doing the same homework, and they say, you know, the funny thing about chords is that they are uniquely determined by their midpoint in the circle. So they say, if you give me a midpoint of the chord, they say, actually there's one and only one chord for which that would be the midpoint. You draw the line that's perpendicular to the radius between that midpoint and the center of the circle, and that will give you one and only one chord. So then they go to their triangle and they try to reason, when is it the case that our chord is going to be shorter than the side lengths of that triangle? And what they can also do is come up with a pretty geometric argument where they think about the circle that's inscribed in that triangle. Got sort of a Deathly Hallows vibe going on here. And what they're able to conclude is basically when the center of the chord is on the inside of that inscribed circle, then the relevant chord is going to end up longer than the side length of the triangle. We can kind of see that there. But if the random midpoint that you chose was on the outside of that inscribed circle, the chord you find will be shorter. And we simply say, okay, what is the size of that circle? And we actually drew one of our lengths earlier and concluded that it was 1/2. So we know this inner circle has a radius which is 1/2. So that inner circle has an area which is 1/4. And the probability of getting the chord that's longer is the probability of your randomly chosen midpoint falling into that smaller circle. So the answer to our question that Bertrand posed, that L is greater than S, is actually equal to 1/4.
You're right.
Student circles their answer, they turn in their homework, and they say, for extra credit, I'm going to simulate it. I'm going to choose a random point somewhere inside this circle, and each time that I draw one of those points, I'm going to draw the unique chord that has that point as a midpoint. I'm going to count up how many cases did I get where the chord was longer than the triangle point, how many was it shorter, see if it's roughly 1/4. And they do it, and as they get around 1,000 samples, they see that, yeah, this is, it's around 0.25. By randomness, it looks like it happens to be a little bit above right now, but certainly within the threshold you might want for a statistical distribution. They also get this kind of spiderweb pattern on the inside. Although, it does look a little bit different than our first students, where you might notice the spiderweb is a little bit sparser in the middle of this one that we have in comparison to the older one that we had. The first student simulated it, and things seemed a little bit more uniform in there. So it makes sense they got different answers. There was a different distribution at play. And so that's interesting, that these two seemingly reasonable methods give you a different answer. But then this class actually has 3 students, and a third student has a different way of thinking about it, and maybe they'll be able to break the tie. And the way that person thinks about it is, the chord that we draw, it's going to have kind of a random angle. The angle that it has between 0 and pi, or geometry, and their theoretical reasoning here would be that this comes out to be around 1/2, but they want to run 1,000 simulations just to see if that happens to be roughly true. And look, so what they got actually is really close to 1/2. And it feels pretty uniform. You look at the spider web, it seems nice and uniform. So this person, they circle their answer, and they say, Mr. Bertrand, Professor Bertrand, I've done my homework, and I know with confidence now that the answer is 1/2.
Gee, I was convinced by all of them.
They all seem pretty reasonable. So Bertrand's conclusion here was you have to be careful when probabilities with an infinite space are involved, because you don't know, simply when someone says choose a random blank, is that a well-defined notion? Because here I can have something where I say choose a random chord. It seems like a reasonable question to ask. And we've got 3 reasonable approaches that give you these different answers. Now this is a little bit worrying because all the time in probability, you start off some question or some model of the world by saying something like, I want to choose a random number between 0 and 1, right? I say choose a random number, and it's implicit that it's going to be some kind of uniform distribution, and it's unambiguous what you mean by that randomness. Or you say, hey, I've got a circle, I want you to choose a random point on that circle. Or I've got a sphere, and I want you to choose a random point somewhere on the surface of that sphere. I do this all the time in videos that I make. I start a puzzle, I say choose 4 random points on the surface of a sphere. What's the probability that
Hi, welcome to an early beta of this sonic chaos experiment. The whole idea is to show strange attractors both in a dynamic way as opposed to in still pictures. Here you've got headphones on. So what you should be hearing now is a pretty high tone. Now, the attractor right now is this kinky little curve. However, if I change the A parameter, that curve will change. So you can see this dynamic C that there should be a high as I increase that A parameter. Increase. I'm going to continue to a certain point. That means we've gone too high sounds. Instead, one other example here. This is called simplicial numbers. I would say it's not strictly speaking a strange to create a waveform. It's, what the individual system.
The geometry of strange attractors. This is in chapter 12, Strogats. So one of the things that comes up and that's kind of mysterious about these attractors is we say, for example, the Lorentz system, that three-dimensional Lorentz system, the volume has to be shrinking. All of the chaos on the Lorentz attractor is happening in a bounded region of space. And yet we say there's a positive Lyapunov exponent, so that means the distance between trajectories is growing exponentially.
Hello and welcome back to Chaos and Cryptography. In the previous video, I have explained what is Lyapunov exponent trajectories. If the dynamic system is chaotic, then two trajectories starting very close together will rapidly diverge from each other and they end up anywhere in the attractor, on the attractor at the time t. Consider a nearby point x of t plus del of t. Del of 0 is a tiny separation vector at time 0. Here, x of t plus del of t is a neighboring point at time t. Lambda is a Lyapunov exponent. This means that the neighboring trajectory.
So consider a differential equation du dt equal to f of u. Okay, and it has been actually through a lot of work even before Lorentz's time, that if you linearize the equation, okay, if you solve a differential equation that governs the perturbation of a small perturbation epsilon times v, right? So if u is a solution that satisfies the equation, and suppose a different equation, a different solution satisfies the same equation, and the different solution is a small perturbation on top of u, then it can be shown that by actually Lyapunov is a multiplicative ergodic theorem, that the V, the small perturbation, follows an exponential trajectory. So lambda, when it's positive, this perturbation exponentially diverges, exponentially grow, or when lambda is negative, this perturbation would exponentially converge to zero, exponentially decay. And for different perturbations, we have a discrete set of lambdas, discrete set of possible lambdas for every system, similar to like a discrete eigenvalues of a linear operator. And these discrete set of exponents are called Lyapunov exponents. The Lyapunov exponents of a dynamical system or ordinary differential equation can be used to classify what type of system it is. When all the Lyapunov exponents are negative, any perturbation to the system is going to die down to zero, it's going to decay to zero. That corresponds for an autonomous dynamical system, autonomous ODE, that corresponds to a steady state solution, right? I mean, if we look at the flow field, that corresponds to a steady state flow field because any perturbation upon the stable, steady flow field would die down to zero. When all the lambdas, all the Lyapunov exponents are negative except for one zero Lyapunov exponent, that actually corresponds to a periodic solution. That's like a periodic vortex shedding, right, over a black body at the low Reynolds numbers. The periodic solutions has 1, 0 Lyapunov exponent because there is one particular type of perturbation, a perturbation in the time evolution direction, right? So if V is exactly du dt, then that perturbation would never die down, right? If you perturb the flow such that you are one time step ahead, then the perturbed flow would always be one time step ahead. So that corresponds to a zero exponent. The perturbation would stay roughly a constant over a long time. Of course, we are interested in the chaotic type of dynamical systems where there exists at least one positive Lyapunov exponent. And the positive Lyapunov exponent means that there exists some perturbation, okay, such that if you perturb in that direction, the perturbation would grow. We observe chaotic dynamics. For example, in this vortex shedding over an airfoil, the Reynolds number is actually pretty low, it's 2000. And you can observe one definite positive Lyapunov exponent. So here, what I'm showing is the time evolution of different modes of perturbations. And the y-axis is the magnitude, is the L2 norm of these perturbations. And you can see one definite exponential growth that corresponds to the positive Lyapunov exponents. You can also see many negative ones, and some of them are intermediate, right? If you have to compute it for much longer times to determine if they are really positive or negative.
Understanding the Lyapunov
This is a demonstration of the image formed by a concave mirror. This is a concave mirror, so it's hollow on the inside. And I have this red and blue ball that I'm going to take an image of. The nice thing about this ball is it has a top side and a bottom side, and we'll be able to see when the image is upright and when it's inverted. When the ball, which is the object, is close to the mirror, the image formed in the mirror is upright. So you'll see a ball in the mirror with the red side up, the same as the ball is in reality. As I move farther and farther from the mirror, the image should be getting bigger, but still upright, until we reach the focal point where right at that point the image gets enormous. And then beyond that point, if we start moving beyond that point, you'll see that the image is inverted and quite large. Then as we continue to move further and further away from the mirror, farther from the focal point, which is right here, the image gets smaller and smaller, but it continues to be inverted till we get out to here. So the focal point is here, roughly where the ball is right now, and parallel rays from infinity that come in and hit the mirror are going to converge on this very spot. There's also another spot that's important for mirrors, and that's twice the distance of the focal point. So we're going to double the distance here, and that's the center of curvature of the mirror. And the way that works is that rays leaving that center of curvature and hitting the mirror bounce perpendicularly off of the mirror and come right back to that same spot. And so we can see all the getting bigger, but still upright. Until we reach the focal point, where right at that point the image the focal point is here, roughly where the ball is right now, and parallel rays from infinity that come in and hit the mirror are going to converge on this very spot. There's also another spot that's important for mirrors, and that's twice the distance of the focal point. So we're going to double the distance here, and that's the center of curvature of the mirror. And the way that works is that rays leaving that center of curvature and hitting the mirror bounce perpendicularly off of the mirror and come right back to that same spot. And so we can see all this in motion by just setting this pendulum in motion. Let me try that one more time.
changes and becomes unpredictable. A positive exponent indicates chaos and unpredictability.
We call it a strange attractor or a chaotic attractor, T. So the distance between these two trajectories, the one-dimensional system, x dot equals lambda x. In some directions, maybe stay the same in others, shrink in others, so it'll become a ellipsoid.
In this video, we are going to explain and visualize a solution of the system as follows. A differentiable function x that maps an interval of time from t0 representing the initial time to tf representing the points visited by the collection t xi of t as a function of time starting from x of 0. Practically, this indicates the plots we see here. In addition to time histories, there are other important concepts related to the solution of a system. The next one that we see is that of trajectory. A trajectory is the set of points visited by x of t as a function of time starting from x of 0. This is represented by the orange graph at the top. The graph of the trajectory is on the x1, x2 plane. We can also clearly see the relation that exists between trajectories and time histories, as the time histories are the components of the trajectories together with time. A trajectory is very useful in showing how the solution evolves. But a trajectory is limited in that it shows the solution only for one particular initial condition. As a function of clearly see the relation that exists between trajectories and time histories, as this is x1, x2, and t. The resulting object that we see here is called motion. A motion is defined as the set of points visited by t x of t as a function of time starting from x of 0. It is important to realize that motions, trajectories, and time histories are all related to one another. We have already seen the relation between trajectories and time histories. Similarly, if we project the motion over the x1, x2 plane, we obtain a time histories are all related to one another. We have already seen the relation between the of x1. The final important concept that we need to introduce is that of equilibrium point of the system. A state xe is an equilibrium of the system if a trajectory that starts at xe will stay at xe forever. If we consider a system described by the ordinary differential equation dot x of t equal to f of xt, then an equilibrium is any point xe that satisfies the condition 0 equal to f of xe, which means that an equilibrium is a solution of the system with the property that its derivative with respect to time is zero. This because, by definition of derivative, such a point is a stationary point, meaning that the solution does not move at that point. For instance, if we consider the harmonic oscillator and we want to determine the equilibrium points of such a system, we set the derivative equal to 0 and we find that the point x1 equal to 0 and x2 equal to 0 is the only equilibrium point of the harmonic oscillator. We can plot the trajectory, the motion, and the time history corresponding to such equilibrium point. We see that an equilibrium point is a trajectory composed of just one point, while as a motion, this is a semi-line. Correspondingly, the time histories are the components of the motion on the x1t and the x2t planes. Now that we have introduced all the required language, we can finally explain the notion of the Lyapunov stability. The objective of stability theory is to establish properties of motions subject to perturbations in the initial state. Consider a nominal trajectory xn of t starting from xn of 0, and a perturbed trajectory xp of t starting from xp of 0. We call the quantity xp of 0 minus xn of 0 initial perturbation, while xp of t minus xn of t is the perturbation at time t. We want to find the relation between the norm of xp of t minus xn of t and the the norm of xp of 0 minus xn of 0, where the norm essentially indicates the distance between these 2 points. In the following, we will focus on the case in which the nominal trajectory is an equilibrium point xc. First, for any value of epsilon that a challenger may provide, we must produce a value of delta, room, or the desired velocity of a car as stable. We have the guarantee xp of 0, and we have a perturbed trajectory. If we look at the corresponding motions, we can see that Lyapunov stability guarantees that the perturbed motion will never go far away from the desired motion, as long as the initial perturbed initial state, xp of 0, was not too far. At this point, the practical importance of Lyapunov stability should be clear. If the desired position of a robot, the desired temperature in a room, or the desired velocity of a car are stable, we have the guarantee that any small disturbance or perturbation will only lead to a small deviation from the desired motion.
Well, that's where Alexander Lyapunov comes in. He was the first to define stability in his PhD thesis in 1892, and the method he created is now called the Lyapunov experiment. To iterate through these maps, all we're really doing is generating a list of numbers, and then we'll sweep through the values of R and see how it will be stable from now on. No, it went back and moved those axes out of the way. Well, that's where Alexander Lyapunov comes in. He was the first to define stability in his PhD thesis in 1892, and the method he created is now called the Lyapunov exponent, usually denoted with the lambda. Here's how you calculate it for discrete functions, which is what we've been working with. Let's go through an example real quick. First, we need to find out how to calculate the Lyapunov exponent for the logistic map specifically. All we need to do is evaluate this derivative here. Alright, so here's the logistic map. If we calculate the derivative, we get r times 1 minus 2 x sub n. We plug that into the equation, and there. Now we know how to calculate the Lyapunov exponent for any sequence that was generated using the logistic map. Luckily, we only have to do that part once. Now let's pick an r value. We'll go with this one we saw earlier. Here's its plot of iterates. We're going to use those iterates to calculate the corresponding Lyapunov exponent. We'll start by running all these iterates through this function inside the summation block. Here's what we get. All this part means is that we'll take the average of the results. So when we do that, we get, this negative infinity is going to cause some problems. The 0.5 at the beginning will always result in a negative infinity. But since we're always going to start with the 0.5, we'll just skip it when we calculate the average. There, now we can actually get a result. One other thing, we're only using 10 iterates. This limit here would like us to use infinite iterates to calculate the true Lyapunov exponent. That's asking a bit much. Maybe 1 million is a good compromise. So, what does this tell us about the stability? Maybe if we just plot it over all the r values, we'll get some insight. On the horizontal axis we have r, and on the vertical axis we have lambda. Let's go ahead and plot their relationship. Well, here it is. It's certainly very spiky. It looks like lambda stays negative unless r is near the edge of the plot. How about we take the bifurcation diagram from earlier and compare it to this plot? Perhaps unsurprisingly, it lines up perfectly in many key places. When there's bifurcations, the Lyapunov exponent is 0. In between those bifurcations, lambda spikes downward. Most crucially though, as soon as the bifurcation diagram enters its chaotic region, lambda becomes positive, and where there's these islands of stability, lambda spikes downward again below 0. So, when the Lyapunov exponent is negative, the system is stable and is attracted toward a point or cycle of points. When lambda is positive, the system is chaotic and doesn't settle on a point or cycle. Not only that,
2D maps, and we'll look at the Baker's map.